تحت رعاية معالي الشيخ محمد بن عبد الرحمن بن جاسم آل ثاني رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير الخارجية، أحييكم أولاً. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعادة السيد منصور بن إبراهيم آل محمود وزير الصحة العامة، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم ترحيباً في هذا الحفل، حفل افتتاح القمة الوزارية العالمية السادسة للصحة النفسية. وخير ما نبدأ به هذا الحفل آيات من القرآن الكريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب.
من كل قارة ومن كل مجتمع يواجه العالم تحدياً مشتركاً، العبء في تزايد مستمر، وعدد المتأثرين بالصحة النفسية بلغ مستويات غير مسبوقة. ورغم امتلاك معظم الأفراد القدرة على التكيف والصمود، إلا أن التعرض للفقر والعنف والنزوح وعدم المساواة، إضافة إلى التغيرات المناخية والطوارئ والعزلة الاجتماعية، يجعلهم أكثر عرضة للمخاطر النفسية. يعيش أكثر من مليار شخص مع اضطرابات نفسية يومية، وتعد اضطرابات القلق والاكتئاب أكثرها شيوعاً على الإطلاق، إذ تؤثر الأولى على 359 مليون شخص، والثانية على 332 مليون شخص حول العالم. وقد أصبحت الصحة النفسية ثاني أبرز أسباب الإعاقة طويلة الأمد على مستوى العالم، ويترتب على ذلك ثمن إنساني واقتصادي باهظ: فقدان في الأرواح، تراجع في الإنتاجية، ارتفاع في تكاليف الرعاية الصحية، وخسائر اقتصادية عالمية تقدر بأكثر من $1 تريليون سنوياً. وتقود منظمة الصحة العالمية هذه الدعوة العالمية من خلال خطة العمل الشاملة للصحة النفسية 2013 إلى 2030. حتى اليوم لا تتعدى حصة الصحة النفسية 2% من ميزانيات الصحة حول العالم، رغم التوجهات الرامية إلى رفعها إلى 5%. من لندن إلى أمستردام، ومن باريس إلى روما، وصولاً إلى بوينس آيرس. 5 فصول أسست برؤية جديدة للصحة النفسية، واليوم يستمر هذا المسار. ولأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط تستضيف الدوحة القمة الوزارية العالمية السادسة للصحة النفسية تحت شعار النهوض برعاية الصحة النفسية من خلال الاستثمار والابتكار والحلول الرقمية. تضع قمة الدوحة في صميمها 3 محاور: الاستثمار في الصحة النفسية كأولوية، الابتكار كقوة دافعة للتغيير، الحلول الرقمية كجسر لتوسيع الوصول وضمان المساواة في الرعاية. تنطلق هذه المحاور من رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030، وتنسجم مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة. وقد جعلت قطر من الصحة النفسية أولوية وطنية، من دمجها في الرعاية الأولية إلى توسيع الخدمات المجتمعية، وصولاً إلى تطوير خدمات تخصصية جديدة. من خلال الابتكار الرقمي تبني قطر مستقبلاً أكثر شمولاً، من الاستشارات عن بعد إلى السجلات الرقمية، وصولاً إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي في الرعاية. تتوافق قمة الدوحة مع خطة العمل الشاملة للصحة النفسية 2013 إلى 2030 لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، والتي تدعو إلى زيادة الاستثمار وتعزيز التعاون العالمي. من الدوحة بالابتكار والاستثمار نفتح فصلاً جديداً تعترف فيه الصحة النفسية كأولوية، ونمضي فيه قدماً نحو رعاية عادلة ومتاحة للجميع.
عفواً. السيدات والسادة، أرحب بكم من جديد. أنا سارة رشيد، ويشرفني أن أقدم هذا الحفل. تتوفر خدمة الترجمة الفورية باللغات الإنجليزية والفرنسية والإسبانية، إضافة إلى لغتنا العربية. أمامنا اليوم برنامج مميز وجدول أعمال حافل، حيث نجتمع معاً من جميع أنحاء العالم من أجل هدف مشترك يتمثل في تعزيز الصحة النفسية باعتبارها جزءاً أصيلاً من الصحة العامة والعدالة الاجتماعية وحقوق الإنسان. وسنبقى مع هذا الفيديو. إذن سيكون لدينا الآن كلمة سيشرفني أن تستضيف أولاً بلدي قطر هذه القمة، والتي تنعقد لأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط، وتمتاز بالحضور الكبير للقادة والخبراء والمختصين والمنظمات الدولية ذات العلاقة بالصحة النفسية. ومن خلال شعار هذه القمة النهوض برعاية الصحة النفسية من خلال الاستثمار والابتكار والحلول الرقمية، تجتمع جهودنا معا لمناقشة قضايا الصحة النفسية الملحة ووضع استراتيجيات بشأنها على مستوى العالم. والآن يشرفني بعد أن رأينا الفيديو الأول أن أستضيف سعادة السيد منصور بن إبراهيم المحمود وزير الصحة العامة لإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني أن أرحب أجمل ترحيب في دولة قطر في افتتاح القمة الوزارية العالمية السادسة للصحة النفسية، حيث نجتمع للعمل معا من أجل النهوض بالصحة النفسية في مختلف أنحاء العالم برؤية مشتركة لمستقبل أكثر صحة وشمولاً. إنني على ثقة بأن هذه القمة التي تعقد لأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط ستسهم في تعزيز مسيرتنا المشتركة، وتمثل نقلة نوعية امتداداً لما حققته القمم السابقة من إنجازات. فقد أسهمت تلك القمم في تعزيز التعاون الدولي وإقامة شراكات فعالة، وأكدت الحاجة الملحة إلى زيادة الاستثمار في الصحة النفسية باعتبارها ركناً أساسياً للصحة العامة والعدالة الاجتماعية والتنمية المستدامة. السيدات والسادة، في عالمنا المعاصر تتزايد الاضطرابات النفسية نتيجة عوامل متعددة، سواء كانت الوراثية أو الاجتماعية أو البيئية، إضافة إلى الصعوبات الاقتصادية وحالات الطوارئ الإنسانية وآثار الصراعات الممتدة. ومع هذه التحديات تتأكد الحاجة إلى خدمات فعالة للصحة النفسية تكون متاحة للجميع، انطلاقاً من إيماننا بأن الصحة النفسية حق أساسي من حقوق الإنسان، ويجب أن تكون في صميم السياسات العامة والعمل الجماعي. الحضور الكرام، تولي دولة قطر بقيادة حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير البلاد المفدى اهتماماً كبيراً بالصحة العامة ورفاهية السكان. وفي إطار رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 نعمل على ضمان الصحة البدنية والنفسية على حد سواء من خلال استراتيجيات وطنية متخصصة تهدف إلى العافية النفسية عبر نظام متكامل يضمن حصول الجميع على الرعاية المناسبة في الوقت والمكان المناسبين. وفي سياق نهج الصحة في جميع السياسات، عملنا على إدماج الصحة النفسية في مختلف القطاعات والمجتمع ككل، كما قمنا بمواءمة جهودنا الوطنية مع أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة، وبالأخص الهدف الثالث الصحة الجيدة والرفاه. وعلى الصعيد الدولي، وانطلاقا من دور قطر الفعال في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار، نحرص على التعاون مع شركائنا الدوليين لمنع الأزمات ومعالجتها والتخفيف من آثارها، مع دعم السياسات التنموية طويلة المدى التي تركز على الفئات الأكثر حاجة. ونؤكد في هذا السياق ضرورة منح الصحة النفسية اهتماماً دولياً أكبر، خاصة في ظل التحديات والأزمات الإنسانية غير المسبوقة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكرام، تتناول هذه القمة قضايا جوهرية من أبرزها الاستثمار في الصحة النفسية، والابتكار والحلول الرقمية، والإنصاف والشمولية، والتعاون وتبادل المعرفة، إضافة إلى تعزيز إدماج الصحة النفسية في التنمية المستدامة والتغطية الصحية الشاملة والاستراتيجيات الوطنية، مع الاعتراف بدورها المحوري في النمو الاقتصادي والتماسك الاجتماعي والأمن العالمي. كما نسعى في هذه القمة إلى أخذ خطوات عملية تشارك فيها الحكومات والمجتمعات بالاستفادة من خطة منظمة الصحة العالمية للصحة النفسية 2013-2030. الحضور الكرام، دعونا نغتنم هذه الفرصة متحدين في الهدف والرؤية لتعزيز الصحة النفسية، فهذه القمة الوزارية مناسبة مهمة لتجديد التزامنا بالاستثمار والابتكار والعمل المشترك من أجل تحسين خدمات الصحة النفسية لجيلنا والأجيال القادمة. نسأل الله التوفيق والسداد، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً جزيلاً سعادة الوزير على هذه الكلمة الملهمة. وأقتبس من خطاب سعادته: دعونا نغتنم هذه اللحظة متحدين في الهدف والرؤية لتحسين خدمات الصحة النفسية لجيلنا الحالي والأجيال القادمة بإذن الله. أصحاب السعادة الحضور الكريم، إنه لمن دواعي سرورنا أن نبقى مع سعادة السيدة أمينة محمد النائب الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة عبر هذه الكلمة المسجلة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you for this 6th Global Ministerial Mental Health Summit. I would like to thank the government of Qatar for hosting this historic gathering, the first of its kind in the Middle East. Excellencies, there is no health without mental health. Today, hundreds of millions of people live with mental health conditions that go untreated and unsupported. Stigma and underinvestment keep too many in the shadows, losing human dignity, potential and productivity. Meanwhile, the effects of mental illness ripple across society, upending sustainable development and peace. Without stronger action, the promise of the 2030 Agenda cannot be fulfilled. Yet we know how to deliver results in health. Over the past decade, countries have united to lower maternal deaths, increase vaccinated children, and brought millions closer to health coverage. The same determination must now be brought to mental health. Last week, at the start of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we took a historic step forward. Member states adopted a landmark political declaration on non-communicable diseases and mental health, sending a clear message that mental health and well-being are inseparable from sustainable development. At the same time, the United Nations and partners launched a Green Tree Acceleration Plan backed by catalytic investment, including more than $13 million from the Wellcome Trust to transform mental health and support in humanitarian crises. With preparations underway in countries such as Chad and Lebanon, the plan aims to drive innovation, expand community care, and strengthen support for frontline workers. Excellencies, for too long, mental health has lacked priority, financing, and visibility. This must change. We need investment that matches the scale of the challenge, making mental health a central pillar of universal health coverage. We need innovation to strengthen prevention and community-based care, reaching people early and close to home. We need digital solutions that expand access while ensuring the most vulnerable are not left behind. What we need now is your leadership. Let's reaffirm that mental health is a universal right and a shared responsibility. Let these discussions help to move mental health from the margins to the center of our health systems so that every person everywhere can live with dignity and with hope. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لنائب الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على هذه الكلمة المهمة. لطالما عملت منظمة الصحة العالمية على تعزيز جهود تحسين الصحة النفسية والحد من الفجوة الكبيرة في هذا المجال، وتمثل خطة العمل الشاملة للصحة النفسية 2013-2030 للمنظمة أساساً يتم البناء عليه للنهوض بالصحة النفسية عالمياً وإقليمياً ومحلياً. الآن مع كلمة مسجلة لسعادة الدكتور تيدروس غابرييسوس المدير العام لمنظمة الصحة العالمية.
Your Excellency Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Honorable Minister Mansour bin Ibrahim bin Saad Al Mahmoud, Honorable Ministers of Health, Regional Director Dr. Hanan Belkhi, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I thank Qatar for its leadership in hosting this important summit. The issues that you will discuss capture many of the key challenges facing mental health globally. These include how to harness but also protect against the harmful effects of digital technologies, and how to finance and expand effective mental health interventions, particularly during emergencies and humanitarian crises. These issues were also discussed at the high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases and mental health at last week's UN General Assembly. I am pleased that heads of state and government committed to expand access to mental health care for 150 million more people by 2030. They also agreed to measures to prevent suicide and protect the mental health of young people. The challenge now is to turn these promises into action at the national level in the form of stronger policies, programs, and practices. This summit provides an important platform for moving these commitments forward through advancing concrete solutions, identifying investment priorities, and enhancing international collaboration. Because there is no health without mental health. Shukran jazilan. I thank you.
شكرا دكتور تيدروس على هذه الكلمة. الحضور الكريم، سنبقى الآن مع حلقة نقاش الجلسة العامة الاحتفال والتفكير في القمم العالمية الوزارية السابقة للصحة النفسية. فليتفضل كل من فرانك بليفيه المندوب الوزاري للصحة النفسية والطب النفسي وزارة الصحة والوقاية في فرنسا، جوليان ايتون طبيب نفسي متخصص في الصحة العامة وأستاذ في الصحة النفسية العالمية بكلية ليفربول للطب الاستوائي، علي حسنين مستشار السياسات في مؤسسة متحدو من أجل الصحة النفسية العالمية باكستان، ربيع الشماعي رئيس البرنامج الوطني للصحة النفسية بوزارة الصحة العامة في لبنان، ياسمين كالها المدير المشارك وزميل باحث أول في مركز قانون وسياسة الصحة النفسية في الجمعية القانونية الهندية. فليتفضلوا على المسرح.
Or from there. Hello. Good morning. Logistics. this working? Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Deborah Kestel. I'm the director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health at the World Health Organization. And saying that it's a pleasure and an honor to be here is not fully representing how I feel about this opportunity. So thank you very much to the government of Qatar for hosting us here. And this panel is about what has been done so far. This is the sixth summit, Ministerial Mental Health Summit. So what has been done before? What happened in previous summits? What happened with the commitments, with the recommendations, with the suggestions that participants to each one of the previous summits has made and has expressed as conclusion of always 2 days meeting starting in 2019 in London, and we saw in the video, right, from London to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Paris, and then Rome, and then Buenos Aires, and now here. So the idea of this panel is to discuss with each one of the colleagues here what has been done since then. What we want to make sure that each summit pushes forward the mental health agenda around the priorities that each host has decided were the ones to focus on. So this is where we are now, and you heard who are the panelists, but maybe I can say a few words about each one when asking those colleagues here the questions that we will have, I think, 2 rounds of questions, and hoping that time will be the one that we were giving. So I will start then with a first question to Julian Eaton, that somehow he represents the first summit that was in the UK, in London, in 2019. And following the theme of that summit, the question to Julian is about the recommendations around equity and the importance of equity in mental health. But we know, Julian, that access to care, quality of services, outcomes still vary drastically depending on where you are, which country, but also which sector of the society in each country you live or you are coming from, and the resources that you have to access services. So from your global perspective and experiences, what are the key systemic or structural forces that continue to prevent equitable mental health for all? And where should we focus our energy if we are serious about changing that?
Thanks, Deborah. It was a real honor to be the first country to host the summit. And I think that inequity is at the heart of what we try to achieve in public health. And since then, I think there has been really tremendous progress in the degree to which mental health is recognized. We're here in the 6th summit. Many governments have committed to substantial change. But there's no doubt that coverage of mental health services remains very frustratingly low. We've made really substantial progress in the science of understanding how we can do things, but clearly the gap is around investment. And those structural problems that you talk about fundamentally come down to how much we value people. It remains, unfortunately, the case in cultures all over the world that people with mental health conditions are just not valued as much as other people. Even within health services, we see a substantially less investment on the mental health side. So I think there are many structural injustices around the way that people are treated in a less than human way, often with mental health conditions, but it fundamentally comes down to populations' attitudes. So the second half of your question about what we might do about that, I think we've made really good progress on stigma and understanding around what stigma is and even what we can do about it. There's good evidence now about how we can progress in stigma, and there was a great publication recently in a commission around that. But again, we need to commit to that and to recognize as governments and as people who make decisions around public health that we can move the needle on the way that people are seen in society and how they're treated in their daily lives, as well as how much money is invested. The big change, I think, that the London Summit really put forward is we need to trust people with lived experience to be the people who can be that agent of change. We know that they speak with an authority that's different from mental health professionals. And that's what we have discovered over and over again, I think, in countries where we are working, that we need to value, nurture, and grow the people with lived experience to put them in the places where decisions are taken. And that's when things start to change in quite exciting ways. And we've seen that in a lot of countries, and many organizations, the WHO and many others, have formally said lived experience is central to how we do things. And that's very exciting, but we need to see it much more in the way that governments go about their programming, and that will be transformational.
Great, thanks, Julian. And definitely, I think that that's one of the lessons that we took from that first summit and continue, right? To make sure that people with lived experience are also part of these formal settings and not just in a local context. So thank you very much. And then we move to the second question, that is to Rabi El-Chamai from Ministry of Health of Lebanon. And then introducing Rabi, I remember that I forgot to mention that this panel is organized in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the Netherlands, and I saw the colleague down there. That's why I remember behind now a phone. Hello, Renan. Thank you for co-hosting this with us. And so a question for Rabi is about precisely the summit in the Netherlands that focused on mental health and psychosocial support. And the area, of course, has gained visibility in humanitarian and crisis response, from being named in UN resolutions to becoming part of key guidance tools. But visibility then doesn't always mean progress, unfortunately. And so from your point of view, what concrete advances have been made in the integration of mental health and psychosocial support, and where do the biggest implementation gaps remain, especially on the ground? So, Rabi.
Thank you, Deborah. Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to be here in this region for this summit, my region. I think it's even more relevant with all the crises that's happening right now in the region, and the importance of really focusing on mental health and psychosocial support. I'm going to go a bit back from 2019 till 2007. Before that, actually, when we spoke about mental health and psychosocial support in humanitarian crises, the best we could have hoped for was, taking people to the traditional healers or coming with some toys and playing with kids and hoping it will help them feel better. So 2007, for this context, is a very important date because it was the date that the Interagency Standing Committee issued the guidelines on mental health and psychosocial support. And this is a milestone that set the ball rolling forward till the summit in 2019 that gave it a big boost forward, specifically at the political level. And I must say that the unique thing about the summit in Amsterdam, that it was not hosted by the Ministry of Health. It was hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I know that most of our ministers today are from health ministries, but when it comes to mental health, all the ministries should be on board. In 2019, what happened is that we said that MHPSS is not only a technical area, but it also contributes to supporting people in crises, to stabilize the communities, to support them recover on the long term. And after that came the resolution. But in between, what we had is a lot of good, solid technical tools. Before that, we said, okay, we know it's important to do MHPSS, but we don't know what to do. We don't know how to do it. Since then, the landscape's changed a lot. We have now WHO scalable mental health intervention, Self-Help Plus, step by step, for example, that was developed with WHO in Lebanon and now is being scaled up in countries as big as Thailand, for example, using digital platforms. But also recently, what was really important is the publishing of the minimum service package that showed how do you really integrate mental health into other areas? Maybe some colleagues in the audience are not necessarily from the mental health field. So just to make things more concrete, let's say you're living with your family, you want to find shelter, you need to find food, you need to know where to access services. Now, you need all your physical energy and all your mental clarity to be able to do that. So if you're extremely stressed, or if you have an untreated depression, or if you have an untreated anxiety or bipolar disorder, your capacity to care for yourself and for your children is diminished a lot. And this is why I think MHPSS has been gaining momentum through the years, not only for its importance, and we know the argument for keeping MHPSS as a right for everyone, mental health as a right, health as a right, yes, but not only. Mental health can also contribute to other areas, such as economic development, social stability, recovery. So technically, we're solid. Now, we know what to do. We have the tools to do it. What's still somehow lacking, and speaking about the gaps, in terms of technical gaps, I think we're not doing very well on integrating other areas, such as, for example, substance use. And here we're very lucky in the region to have Dr. Hanan, who has established a flagship program for substance use. I don't think we're doing a great job into integrating neurological health as well in terms of our responses. In addition to this, we're not bridging really well the transition from humanitarian to development. We're still somehow working in parallel. Very few countries and contexts have been able to do this bridge, and that might be also linked to the financing mechanisms at place between the humanitarian and the development as well. But mostly, I would say the biggest gap is not investing in mental health outside of crises. Because if we have solid mental health systems already pre-existing, our response to any crisis is going to be better. We've seen in the video that 2% only of the budget goes to mental health. 2%. And that actually is lower in developing or low and middle income countries, right? So this is a pooled number, where the burden is higher, where suicide is higher, where the prevalence of disorder is really high. So the question is, how do we then, make it in a way where we're preparing for a crisis by having strong, resilient system able to take that on? I think this is still problematic for now.
Yes. Thank you, Rabbi. Yeah, indeed. The before, during, and after, all of them require equal attention when it comes to mental health and psychosocial support in humanitarian crisis. Thank you very much. Now we move to France, and a question to Franck Velivier is about the important steps that France has taken embedding rights in treatment, in mental health, from legal reforms on consent and involuntary treatment to national strategies promoting deinstitutionalization and, again, user participation. In your view, how well are these commitments being implemented in everyday practice? And what are the key barriers still standing in the way of a mental health system that truly respects and protects people's rights on the ground? And how the third summit helped or didn't these objectives?
Thank you, Deborah. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, dear colleagues, I'm really glad to be here. So to answer your question, I would like to say a few words about the French situation first. So the French roadmap has now been in place for almost 7 years, and the 3 pillars, prevention, care, and social inclusion, have been regularly upgraded. However, the implementation of reforms is slow. To date, the most important elements are, first, each action of our roadmap has now 2 indicators for the purpose of evaluation. 2, the reduction of coercive practices is progressing. We have a new law to better control these practices, and the development of advanced directives and joint crisis plans. Third, priorities given to outpatient care. Private psychologists are now covered by the Social Security. There are a significant investment in outpatient services and psychosocial rehabilitation platforms. And four, mobilization of lived experience with the integration of peer helpers, self-support groups, support of the patients, and family associations. You asked me about key barriers to implement right-oriented policies. We still struggle to improve training of GPs, nurses, psychologists in mental health and psychiatry. Working conditions in psychiatry are difficult. Caregivers are leaving psychiatric hospitals, citing loss of meaning and suffering from burnout and moral injury, which I will discuss tomorrow in the plenary session on workforce. Stigmatization of patients, family, mental health professionals remain another barrier, even though work with town halls, housing authorities, association with the police, etc., is progressing. About the third Global Mental Health Summit in Paris, each international meeting is an opportunity to reiterate the international standards promoted by the WHO. Hosting a global ministerial summit in Paris helps to legitimize the alignment of our national policies with these standards. The choice of rights as the theme for Paris was not innocent. And it helped to legitimize reforms that advocate right-based approaches among politicians and actors in the field, but which remains a struggle in France. So there is a clear interest in hosting summits for supporting the reform at the national level and to support the translation of international orientation in concrete terms, objectives, and action, taking into account the specific features of each country, was one of the recommendations of the Paris Summit. And this field of work could help sustain and accelerate the action of policymakers.
Thanks, Frank. I was listening and thinking that indeed the rights approach is the basis for the work we do, and yes, we are still lagging behind from a global perspective. So thank you. And we move then to the next summit that was, or I don't know if the order is correct here, but anyway, we move to Jasmine on the other side of this line, Khala, who will, from her perspective at the Center for Mental Health Law and Policy, the question to you, Jasmine, is how have you seen mental health being meaningfully integrated into broader policy areas such as education, social protection, or community development? And so over to you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Deborah, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. I think the importance of laws and policies is probably too obvious for people in the room, so there's nothing to labor on. And as has been proven and shown before, that mental health has been seen as a marginalized and a vulnerable sector. That means that it's not getting enough investments, enough priorities, and has often been seen as the ignored and the underfunded sector. Of course, we're seeing a global shift that's happening in the narrative, and unfortunately, the statistics are not looking good for us globally. Now, the question is perhaps not what to do, but also how to do it, and I think there is a great harbinger of hope, which is the UNCRPD, which is the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. That should be guiding our thinking and should be guiding our actions. And I think much can be learned from other marginalized and vulnerable sectors when we're looking at race and gender, which has used the potential impact of policies and laws to protect rights of everyday living, which we know for people with mental health conditions has been severely impacted. Simple decisions like living in a community that you belong to has been taken away. Their right to make decisions about very simple things about where to stay, who to stay with, what to eat, what not to eat. Simple things that we have now associated with mental health conditions that is being taken away systematically through laws, through policies. So our hope is that we now want to invest, and we see that there is hope in leadership who see the potential of changing this narrative towards a rights-based approach, where we start seeing mental health from a public health perspective. And that then opens up a whole new avenue of things which we could do. So some of the work that I noticed that we are investing in Doha, for example, is investment in innovation and an increasing investment in the spending as well. So I think what we can share from our experience of looking at mental health law, policy, interventions, and changing the policy framework has been to collaborate and coordinate with multiple sectors that go beyond mental health. Unfortunately, mental health has become a recipient of many social determinants, whether that's gender-based violence, whether unemployment, lack of education opportunities. So clearly, mental health is therefore not being seen as siloed or a separate kind of a category, but rather seamless interventions that we will need to invest in to actually bring down this large mental health care gap as we see it. So we do have lots of examples of how we can coordinate and collaborate with different departments and ideally move to a space where mental health is dispersed across many departments rather than being seen as just a siloed, standalone department or a ministry, but actually get investments from a lot more social deterministic sort of departments. Some of the examples that we have been looking at through our work and through international work as well has been looking at, say, unemployment as an issue, looking at cash transfers as a form of support, looking at the social development sector, creating better housing opportunities, working with the education system to look at more prevention, promotion, as well as curative elements that we can integrate all through. So I think there is some opportunity and there's a lot of leadership globally that is bringing about this change. That we can see countries are now realizing the importance of working more collaboratively through an intersectoral approach, because mental health by itself is quite meaningless if it does not get integrated or does not get dispersed through various other departments as well. And at the core of it, the rights cannot be ignored. So therefore, laws and policies do need to be in line with what has been decided quite consultatively. A lot of the rights activists have brought in the UN Convention, which has many pathways of how we can bring about this change, and we're hoping that we can actually see the implementation as well.
Thank you, Jasmine. And this was the theme of the Ministerial Mental Health Summit 2 years ago in Argentina. There was the mental health in all policies, and allow me to make some publicity of some guidance that we are launching soon from WHO on mental health in all policies, where we are collecting some of those examples to inspire other sectors beyond the health sector to integrate mental health in the work they do. So we move now to maybe a broader general overview, right, with Ali Hasnain, who is representing United for Global Mental Health and who has been a strong advocate for mental health from a civil society perspective. And so the question for you, Ali, is we have these summits that are moving on from one to the next, and then we had also, we will talk soon later about the high-level meeting of the UN last week on NCDs and mental health. So from your perspective, how are these summits shaping global mental health policy, and to what extent do you see their influence reflected in the outcomes of the high-level meeting last week?
Thank you so much, Deborah. And I'll answer the questions in both parts. I guess one of the big reasons, in my opinion, how the summits have been able to shape global mental health policy can be seen from the makeup of this room. So you have in this room member states, you have civil society, you have people with lived experience, you also have academic researchers and mental health professionals. Essentially, the entire global mental health community is represented in some way, shape, or form, and that goes a long way towards explaining why we've been able to directly influence global mental health policy in such a way. I think what the summits have historically been very good at doing is allowing for a coordinated approach, both in terms of shaping global mental health priorities, but also at the same time championing them both domestically and also at key global political gatherings. So in a way, I think we should be saying thank you to a lot of people in this room for having the first ever high-level meeting focused on mental health at the UN General Assembly this year. It has been a team effort, and a lot of people here have played a big role in that. And I should also commend not only the government of Qatar for what they've allowed to happen at this forum, but also the previous summit managers as well, in that each of these summits have been very inclusive. An example of this would be that in this year's Expert Advisory Committee, we have representation from the Global Mental Health Action Network. It's a network of over 8,000 members from 170 different countries. And that allows for two things. One, it means that you have representation from that diverse a group of stakeholders directly inputting into the priorities that are being set in Qatar. But you also then have these discussions translating into those 170 countries where those members are, because they will be anxious to hear about what is discussed in these halls and then hopefully try and get to advocate for those priorities within their countries. And I think that's very important. Now, to the second part of your question, which is regarding the summits and how they've reflected in the high-level meeting, I'd just like to share a few examples from previous summits. So, starting with the UK summit that Julian spoke about as well, one of the key outcomes was a political declaration on achieving quality for mental health in the 21st century, and it identified a couple of priorities. One was to have mental health in all policies, and another was to have the social and economic determinants of mental health to be considered. Now we saw not only in the lead up to the high-level meeting that these were key priorities for the global mental health community, but also for UN organizations. So these priority agendas were taken forward and championed by these people, but then we also saw them directly reflected in a meaningful way as one of the 4 priority issues that emerged from the high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health. So I think the UK summit takes a lot of credit for that. If we go to the Dutch summit, and we have some of our Dutch colleagues here who were a part of that, they were actually the first summit to convene UN leaders in order to help promote mental health as a priority issue. And I think that has been a game changer as well, because not only were they able to directly influence, as a result of that summit, a UN Security Council resolution, but they also championed a resolution on mental health and psychosocial support in emergencies at the World Health Assembly in 2024. I'd like to briefly talk about also the Italian summit, because it's about an issue very close to my heart personally. Their summit focused a lot on moving away from institutions to community-based care. This is a key priority that is now being echoed by the WHO. I know that Mark Van Omeren from the WHO is working on this issue, and others as well. UNICEF have been big champions of this issue. And it is not only referenced in this political declaration, which I think is excellent, but also we are starting to see it increasingly in global mental health legislation worldwide. So a lot of countries are reforming their legislation to include this. And I think that's a big ode to the work of the summits and the countries that have been leading the summits as well. And lastly, I would be remiss not to mention that the government of Qatar has really taken a very leading role in making sure that as soon as just actually a couple of weeks ago, we've had the high-level meeting end, and we're already talking about the legacy of the high-level meeting and converting those commitments into action. And I think that's the most crucial thing of all, when we take those declarations and make sure that at the national level we see them implemented. And the Qatari government has made sure through its agenda, through its inclusivity, through allowing people like us to be on the panel together, to see results, tangible results in that way. So I'm very grateful to the government of Qatar for allowing that to happen. And I'd just like to conclude by saying I think this is what makes the summit so valuable. The fact that there is inclusivity, there is timelessness, and there is a sense of the agendas and a decision to try to follow through on them. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ali. And I think that for those working in the mental health field for a number of years, there has been an important change over the last few years when the movement led by United for Global Mental Health, but involving so many people in so many countries, have become a partner on every single step of the way. And it has changed the way we interact and we work and we together promote different aspects of what is needed to happen in the mental health field. Now, we have tried to make take advantage of each one of these summits, and so part of the responsibility of the host of each summit has been to prepare a report documenting what has been done, and that report of each one of the summits is included in the website. The link is included in the website of this summit, so please go online and look at those reports and any of those that you want to look a bit more into what has been discussed, what has happened. So let's move to a second round of questions. You have now maybe a bit less time, but no pressure. And we start with Frank now. We move a bit around. So Frank, again, France has been a strong voice in Europe for placing human rights at the center of mental health reform. So what role do you think France can play moving forward, not only domestically, but globally?
Well, I would start with the sequence we were lucky to support and work on. The Global Summit in Paris in 2021, followed by the participation to subsequent summits, mental health event during the French presidency of the Council of Europe, followed by participation to mental health events during subsequent European presidencies, support for meeting and statement during the World Health Association, and as already mentioned, no later than last week during an historic United Nations General Assembly. This sequence is not just a list for us. It turns out it was a training for us to strongly advocate for mental health and critical issues like rights, recovery, training, patients' participation, both at the national level, but strengthening the French roadmap, and we hope at international level. Indeed, our national roadmap has successfully enriched with an unprecedented political and financial commitment, has led to the decision to declare mental health as a major national cause for 2025, with the decision to mobilize all ministries to develop interministerial approaches to mental health. It was in this context that Paris hosted a highly successful meeting in last June on mental health in all policies, which resulted in the Paris call, a collective call to integrate mental health in all dimensions of policy making. In summary, France's visibility has increased considerably. Our opportunity to present our roadmap and our strategy for promoting rights are more and more frequent. And now France appears to be like a champion, even though there is still a long way to go. But the commitment is there, and things are progressing. To contribute to global efforts, and we are truly happy and motivated by witnessing that more and more countries are joining the club of mental health supporters. I'd like to reiterate one of our objectives, which has been raised during the Paris summit and then better defined during a collaborative work with Belgium. We call for each government to establish a coordinated body to design, implement, and assess national mental health strategy to ensure alignment across sectors, such as housing, Ministry of Education, to better fight mental health determinant, fighting violence, in particular against children and women, addiction, loneliness, inadequate housing, socioeconomic inequalities, limited access to education and employment, as well as to culture and sport. So I would like to conclude with 3 key points: investment in mental health, interministerial and intersectorial policies, and international shared expertise.
Thank you, Frank. And I think that we are looking forward to learn from the year is almost over, the year of mental health being the national cause of France. So we are looking forward to learn about the impact of that. So for the next summit, perhaps. And then we move now back to Julian. And the question for you is about the growing enthusiasm on innovation, digital tools, and public-private partnership in mental health. And the question would be, how do we ensure that these developments reinforce rather than undermine the vision of care that is equitable, rights-based, and grounded in community priorities? What do you think, what would you propose to be the core message of this summit that has a focus on these areas?
So I think it's absolutely timely that the decision was taken that digital solutions were part of the theme and innovation was part of the theme of this event. There's no question that we're living through a revolution. And historically, when we've had these kinds of revolutions, including medical and health revolutions, often the ethical frameworks that guide how those are applied in practice actually are behind the kind of rapid transition that we've seen in the technology itself. That's certainly true in this digital space. I thought it was very interesting that Dr. Tedros talked about the great opportunities that digital innovation brings, but also some of the dangers. And it is in the field of mental health, especially young people's mental health, that we have seen some of the dangers. There's no question that harms are being done by some of the changes that we're seeing in the digital world, and people live much of their lives in digital spaces now. And this is a whole area which we do not understand, and we need to learn to understand very quickly. So I think, first of all, there's a real need to think through what we value as a society and how we can then apply these kinds of digital solutions to that, rather than the other way around. We need to understand the reality of what it's like to live in these spaces psychologically. There's lots of science that needs to be done, and to understand from young people what their experiences are. It does worry me that the AI revolution we're seeing at the moment particularly is very largely run by a small number of billionaires whose priorities don't necessarily align to those public health priorities that we would have, or even that governments have, that are seen as important by people in what they want their family to be experiencing, and they feel sometimes that they're fighting that. So I do think that as a community of public health workers, public health researchers, of governments and leaders in government, as well as people in industry, that we need to take a step to understand what the impact of these things is and then put in place frameworks to make that happen properly. I do think that there are, however, really exciting things that can be done with these digital solutions. There's no question that some of the ways we've already seen application of decision tools, for example, of being able to communicate at a great distance with a person who can give you good advice, even directly get therapy, is really amazing, and it will dramatically transform this challenge we talked about earlier of coverage. There's no doubt about that. But it's also the case that in mental health uniquely, we are a relational topic. We cannot replace the relationship that happens in a therapeutic sense and the importance of our community around us. And people are never going to get solace from a purely digital solution. So that's the very exciting new ground that we're covering now. And I think that we're in a very good place, having had these kind of 20 years of thinking about these things and these summits and the really amazing frameworks we put in place around what we want to see in a world that has good public mental health. Those are great foundations for this, but we need to move on quickly with it. Importantly, with the private sector. There's no question that that's the engine of innovation. That's where exciting moves happen. That's where things move quickly and respond to population needs and priorities. There's no question about that. But we need to know how to engage with that well to make sure that it's a safe and thriving future we have that comes out of this, not one that's more harm than good.
Thank you, Julian, and definitely a good balance and a good proper interaction between the different sectors involved in order to protect also the mental health of people and not just look at the excitement that new technologies offers, right? So, Jasmine, now from your experience with large-scale implementation projects, what practical lessons have you learned about making these cross-sectoral approaches work on the ground? What conditions or partnerships are most critical for success from your experience?
That's a bit of a loaded question, isn't it? I think because there are policymakers in this room, I think what has happened is the way we have designed the structure, it is to build siloed, independent, non-cooperative structures, unfortunately. So there has been a price that we have put for cooperation, and there's more of the norm for actually building more non-cooperative interventions. So I think there is probably something there that we do need to fix. And what do I mean by that? Is across the globe, what we have seen is while there is good intention, there is very little collaboration or intersectoral approaches that one has seen. And one of the key factors, I suppose, for success is strong leadership to break through some of these barriers, build a lot more collaboration. I think just examples around, say, concepts like recovery, or which means that to get well, you need access to many more things rather than just a health systems response. So I think the call to action really for all of us is to find spaces where we can collaborate with each other. The solutions for mental health are not just in the mental health sector, and we have lots of examples for this and a lot more research. For example, showing that providing good housing or cash transfer, which is literally support to just live your life, has better impact on your mental health and reduction in suicide, rather than doing a very traditional clinical approach. So obviously we need to examine where are these problems even stemming from. And mental health, like I said, has, as we often say, that it's become a bit of a dumping ground for everything else that's going wrong externally. So clearly if the problems are being created in the sector because of external factors, it's quite impossible to fix that without speaking to all of these other sectors. The second thing I suppose has been a key to success is looking at care and rights as the center of how we're designing, how we're thinking about our policies and intervention. People do need access to holistic care. We do need more comprehensive programs, and that's why I think, like I said, we do need a public health approach to looking at mental health. And clearly the older traditional kind of formats are not working for us anymore.
Thanks, Jasmine. And I'm being told that we are having less time than what I thought. So instead of going through the questions, I'm asking Ravi and Ali for a few final words from your perspective, focusing on your areas.
Yes, I'm going to cheat and respond to the question that you were supposed to ask me. So the question was about what is the message for agencies, for government, and for donors. For agencies, I think the main message is to keep mental health prioritized. I know that WHO, UNICEF, and other agencies are having to scale down, and really now is not the time for mental health to scale down. We need WHO leadership. We need WHO now to keep its strategic, operational, and technical capacity. So that's the message that I would like to relay to Dr. Tedros through you, Deborah. For governments, so for donor governments, there's a lot that you can do. I think we live in a different world where now multilateralism is being questioned. Governments are more gearing up on defense, and everything else is being put to the side. I think it's really important to support multilateralism and to support technical agencies such as WHO and others to keep doing their job. The world needs that. But also, as a donor government, you can be more operational. For example, the Dutch government created the surge mechanism to directly support in humanitarian crisis, and maybe other governments would be interested in that. For national governments, there's always a way to support mental health. We're very lucky in Lebanon. I mean, we have our minister for the first time in this summit. Thank you for being here. Despite all the problems Lebanon is going through, the Ministry of Health is increasing the budget for mental health. So there's always a way to support mental health, whether through the NCD agenda, through the primary health care, through other ways. Please keep mental health in your center because it will pay dividend. And for also the donors, please consider multi-year flexible funding that would also support institutions, because what we see right now is a lot of focus on projects but not enough focus on supporting institutions and governments to really scale up their systems.
Yeah. Thanks, Rabi, and 1 more minute, please.
All right, I will be as quick as possible. I just wanted to briefly talk about the progress that we have made in terms of creating opportunities for people with lived experience to share the stage with ministers and really, really smart individuals. And the Qatar Summit has done an incredible job of making sure that almost every panel has members and people with lived experience sharing the stage with member states, sharing the stage with UN organizations and being treated as equals. So I think that's major progress that we've achieved. And I just wanted to quickly give a few stats just from this year to show how far we've come. Just this year alone, we've had over 100 members of civil society and people with lived experience meet with members of their governments in the lead up to the high-level meeting on mental health. Member states opened their doors to them and really listened to them, and it's helped influence the language of the declaration. I think that's a huge amount of progress that we're seeing. We've also had in the multi-stakeholder hearings that took place at the UN in May, we had 14 interventions from people with lived experience in civil society, which is unheralded at that stage, and I think it's very commendable. And even in the WHO's own mental health atlas, there's some very encouraging stats for EMRO, whereby 90% of EMRO countries have mechanisms in place and formal structures in place for collaboration with people with lived experience, and that's a huge progress that we've seen in a very short amount of time. There are still barriers, though. And I just wanted to talk very quickly about one of them, which is there is still a lot of stigma around mental health conditions. And we've been trying, and we've been working directly with a lot of governments, particularly in the Caribbean and Africa, to address discriminatory legislation that has stopped people with mental health conditions from being able to speak openly about their mental health. And I think if we can create spaces for them the way that we have done in Qatar in wider global mental health discussions, I think that will be a game changer.
Thank you, Ali, and thank you all panelists. I think that what we try to bring in this session is a bit of the legacy from each one of the summits, and I hope you will remember this as we may move in these coming 2 days, and try to make sure that whatever we discuss, whatever conclusions we arrive to, will continue in coming summits, hopefully. And so thank you very much to each one of you. Thank you for listening, and the session is now closed.
نشكر المتحدثين في هذه الجلسة النقاشية. إذن يمكننا القول أن الصحة النفسية أصبحت جزءاً أساسياً لدعم مجتمعاتنا ومستقبلنا ولخلق بيئة أفضل، خاصة مع كل هذه التحديات والتغيرات حول العالم. أصحاب السعادة والحضور الكريم، نشكر تشريفكم لنا في هذا الحفل. نتوقف الآن مع استراحة لمدة نصف ساعة، نعود بعدها لاستكمال جدول أعمالنا الحافل وجلسات من جلسات وورش العمل الهامة التي ستبدأ في تمام 10:30. أصحاب السعادة والحضور الكريم، ندعو أصحاب السعادة الجالسين في الصف الأول لالتقاط صورة تذكارية. Please come on stage. الحضور الكريم، أرحب بكم من جديد. الآن سنبقى مع جلسة عامة من الالتزام العالمي إلى العمل الوطني، الرسائل الأساسية وتداعيات اجتماع الأمم المتحدة رفيع المستوى للأمراض غير المعدية من تنظيم منظمة الصحة العالمية ومنظمة متحدون من أجل الصحة العالمية النفسية. فليتفضل كل من سارة كلاين من منظمة متحدون من أجل الصحة النفسية، وسعادة الدكتور خالد عبد الغفار نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير الصحة والسكان في جمهورية مصر العربية، سعادة الدكتورة جليلة بنت السيد جواد حسن وزير الصحة في مملكة البحرين، أيضا دكتورة حنان بلخي مدير منظمة الصحة العالمية لإقليم الشرق الأوسط، وديفورا كاسل مديرة إدارة الصحة النفسية وصحة الدماغ منظمة الصحة العالمية، بالإضافة إلى دكتورة ماري آن باليرمو من الفلبين مساعد وزير الصحة في الفلبين. أهلا بكم جميعا على المسرح.
We are ready to begin. I promise that you won't see me around for a while after this. This session was supposed to be at another time, but now it's me again, so sorry for that. But this session is, of course, as well extremely important. We want to bring to your attention the high-level meeting of the UN General Assembly that took place last Thursday on NCDs and mental health, and I thank the panelists for being here with us, and we'll leave to Sarah the introduction. But what I wanted was to bring here a bit of what is from our perspective in WHO headquarters, the relevance, but particularly I could say for me, who has been working in the field of mental health for more than 30 years, what means this high-level meeting. We worked for that for a couple of years to prepare for that inclusion of mental health in this high-level meeting. And when I'm saying we worked for 2 years, I mean for a couple of years, I mean that to move from the idea that mental health was yes or no included in the concept of NCDs to making sure that mental health had its own identity in the context of the political declaration took some effort that we did in collaboration with many of you in the room, but definitely with partners from many countries in the world, from civil society and from governments that wanted to make sure that mental health was there. And I'm insisting on this because initially this understanding that mental health is or not a non-communicable disease may have created some confusion for the mental health practitioners, where we don't necessarily see ourselves as a non-communicable disease, but we see our field broader than that, with many common issues with the non-communicable diseases and many other issues that are different. And we managed to have then a session where was the political declaration prepared by the UN and negotiated among member states, was presented, discussed. Around more than 140 countries took the floor to express their support and engagement to the area. And we saw some aspects of mental health integrated with NCDs when we talk about financing, when we talk about the work that we need to do at primary care, among many others, are integrated, then we see areas like the importance to be given to child and adolescent mental health, the need to strengthen the work that is being done to prevent suicide, including the need to decriminalize suicide in many contexts, the need to move away from traditional psychiatric institutions to community services. Those are some of the areas that were very specific to mental health and that are highlighted in the political declaration. We hope the political declaration to be endorsed in a regular session of the UN in coming weeks, and we will make it happen. Once this is done, and I'm about to finish, is a piece of paper only, a political declaration among the heads of states from all countries, but it's just a piece of paper. So the challenge is, and that's the scope of this session, how do we bring that political declaration, have high-level engagement into concrete action at country level. And that's what we need to see in the years to come, and hopefully we will hear more about from the high-level representation in this panel. And with this, over to Sarah for moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devorah, and welcome everyone to this session. As Devorah said, last week the political declaration of the high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health was why it was discussed. It was endorsed by almost all countries, including the G77. Many members are represented here, including on the panel. And we're delighted with the progress that's been made and the conversations that took place, not just in the UN General Assembly and the UN buildings, but also around the whole of New York. And for those of you who weren't there, you can picture, hopefully, the scene in amongst all the traffic and all the chaos. We saw a whole series of events take place discussing mental health, and that was extremely encouraging, coming from a position, as Devorah and others have already said, where mental health was not discussed in a UN setting before perhaps the summit started. So it was a very exciting week last week. I'm very honoured to be here to welcome the panel. Thank you so much for being here. What we're going to discuss fits very well with the summit themes around investment, innovation and digital solutions. What we want to talk about is the action, the solutions that come from some of the issues that we've discussed last week and already in the previous panel. We can all be very proud of what's been achieved together so far, but what we'd like to do is discuss what will be the lasting impact of the work, not just in the run-up to last week, but moving forward. So if I can turn over to our panel with the first round of questions, I'd like to start with His Excellency Professor Dr. Khaled. We discussed briefly just before we came on stage, and I'd heard firsthand about how successfully the Egyptian government has been investing in mental health, improving services, and a colleague had talked about what's happening in Cairo. But please, could you share with us what you consider to be the critical elements of the political declaration and how they will advance investment, action, and innovation in mental health?
Thank you so much, Sarah. And allow me at the beginning to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Qatar and to my dear friend, Minister of Public Health, His Excellency Mansour bin Ibrahim Al Mahmoud, for the warm hospitality and the generosity in welcoming and in also hosting this important event in this important timing, just a few days after the declaration that you just mentioned that happened within the United Nations General Assembly last week. I think whatever happened as the political declaration on the non-communicable diseases and mental health, which was discussed a few days ago, we consider this is a decisive turning point by affirming that mental health is no longer at the margin of the global health. We all know, and certainly the World Health Organization, when they described health as the physical health, the mental health, and the social health. So nobody will be healthy unless there is a fulfillment of the three angles or the three pillars of health. So the pillars or the integration of mental health within the declaration, I think it focuses in so many important points. One of it is the inclusion of universal health insurance. So mental health to be part and integrated within the context of the universal health. Not only within the universal health, but also to allow the primary health care to provide screening and early detection of mental health issues. And we all know that in our region, and I think in worldwide, there is an underfunded issues related to mental health, stigmatization and the stigmatism related to mental health in our region. And also most of our governments and sectors related to health deals with mental health as a secondary, not as a primary issue. So for the first time, this declaration changes the narrative as regards to mental health and put it as a fundamental human right. And that's a paradigm shift in mental health importance. So now we're putting it as a people-centered care. And this is quite important, and trying to provide a service which is affordable, sustainable, and accessible, which is very important because of we only look at the mental health as if this is something that is stigmatized and nobody wants to talk about it. But when you look at the mental disorders, there are more than 25 different mental disorders. Inability to eat is a mental disorder. Anxiety is a mental disorder. Depression is a mental disorder. Bipolar and other related issues. So if you don't sleep good, then this is a one-way or a mental disorder. So the idea of having a mental disorder as they show it in movies or as they describe it is not valid anymore. The research proved that we're talking about 1 out of 5 have one way or another mental disorder. So the numbers are quite scary. We're talking about between 20 to 25% of the population. We're expecting to have 1 billion citizens worldwide having a sort of mental disorder. On top of that comes the anxiety and depression. So the idea is there, the suffering is there, but nobody wants to talk about it. One important issue is also related to the declaration is putting the declaration as a cross-cutting priority that focusing not just for curing or not just for the health system, but also for education, employment, climate change, and social equity and the environment. So it's more holistically now, after the declaration, to look at the mental disorder from different perspectives. So it's a whole of a government or a whole of a society issue. The third thing that the declaration emphasizes is the strengthening the mental health workforce and prevention, not only focusing on treatment, but how do we improve prevention and early detection in early childhood by training healthcare providers and also providing psychiatric services, which is another challenge, having the proper and the experts that deals with mental health. So preventative programs that targets children, adolescents, and vulnerable groups is very important, and I think this also was quite covered by the declaration. And finally, working on innovation, research, and digital solution. I believe that also we need to secure more funds as regards to research related to different mental health disorders, because I think the initiatives about mental health and the prevalence of mental health differs from one place to another. So we need to have our own mental health research and innovative solutions in order to tackle this importance. So once again, the declaration is started, but it could be just words in paper if this is not supported by call of action with different governments. And I think we are here today with Qatar hosting this important summit to find a global solution that we'll all, as a government, policymakers, can support this. And now back to you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I thought it was particularly inspiring that you, as you said, it's a seismic turning point, this moment, the declaration for mental health, and it's changing the narrative. Those are great things to hear about a declaration. I'd like to turn over to Her Excellency Dr. Jalila, she's the Minister of Health for Bahrain. Would you like to also explain what you feel are the most critical elements of the political declaration?
Thank you very much for your kind opening, and thank you, Sarah, for guiding this important discussion. I wish, if you allow me, to express my appreciation to State of Qatar and for His Excellency, my brother Mansour, the Minister of Health, and the organizing committee for hosting this important event and leading the discussion, and my fellow panelists and my colleagues. In fact, the political declaration is a milestone mark, and it is a blueprint that is transforming the life of individual with NCD and mental health through a leadership and actions. Several critical points were incorporated within this declaration, in addition to what has been mentioned by my colleague and brother, Dr. Khaled, regarding the importance of inclusivity and universal health coverage and integration through a whole government, whole society approach, where the mental health is part of the NCD, and the 4 major diseases, which is cardiovascular, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases, and others, where mental health represent an important pillar. It has been clearly indicated that having a measurable target through the access to those with mental health having access to health services, provide a measurable target and provide a data for allocation of budget, and also to measure outcomes, allowing proper decision making from economic perspective to invest more in those people who are very important and leaving no one behind. Moreover, stressing on the concept of universal health coverage and having the primary care, and we heard in the opening speech of His Excellency Dr. Mansour and also from His Excellency Dr. Khaled about the importance of primary health care in providing universal health coverage and integrating mental health to the services, which is affordable, accessible, and also reducing the stigma through the primary health care and through the community services. Reforming the health system to provide care within the community, an area where the people feel more comfortable and less stigma, and providing the community health services is more rewarding in terms of more opportunity, less stigma, and less costly on term of health system, and it allow to provide the services to those who are vulnerable and free from any risk related to stigmatizing them. In addition to that, one important thing, which is investing on data sharing, transparency through experience of the individual who suffer from mental health, allowing them to talk freely with an acceptance is an important aspect of care and provision of care, and using these data for research and innovation, building on mental health and digital health to allow it to support the development of and allowing it not only for supporting the development, but aligning the national plans with the international and the global health agenda, being a mental health one of the cornerstone of the global health agenda, which provide proper political will and ownership by country toward this important subject, and stressing on the importance of vulnerable and children and youth, who are the future generation of our community and of our country, through school-based, for example, intervention and early prevention and protection, early detection, early intervention, and in a proper setting. This allows individuals to grow and develop in a proper setup, and allowing them to serve their community to the maximum. And this helps us to achieve the sustained development goal in a timely manner. I think these are one of the major aspects, and looking at the report and the data that they rely on for the political declaration that has been adopted, women representing a high percentage of workforce and the high percentage of those who are affected and vulnerable. And it is very important to recognize the role of women empowerment to speak and to talk about their illness, and also to contribute through a proper workforce development and training. And in our country, we have been working early on this aspect, providing a legal framework and also providing different pillars for integration. And we are willing to share the experience with partnership of international organization, regional, and also with our community.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm going to move on now to the Undersecretary of Health from the Philippines. Dr. Mary, would you like to add your thoughts on this, around the critical elements of the political declaration?
Okay, Your Excellency, the Health Minister of Qatar, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, good morning. The Philippines affirms its relevance in guiding global and national efforts to transform commitments into concrete actions that protect and promote the well-being of our people. Now, the most critical elements of this political declaration that will be advanced investment, action, and innovation in mental health, I think are the following 4 pillars. So number 1 is strengthening of primary health care and community-based service. So the Philippines underscores the need to shift from the usual institution-based care to integrated community-anchored services such as community-based mental health as vital communities by embedding mental health into primary health care to ensure that the services are closer to the people. So number 2 would be sustainable financing and increased budget allocation. We strongly support the call to scale up global investments. I heard it was mentioned in the first set of panels earlier, and to raise the allocation of public health budgets. In the case of the Philippines, this reinforces our ongoing efforts to operationalize our Mental Health Act and to advocate for a predictable, sustained, and adequate financing to make services accessible and affordable for all, including exploring innovative financing strategies. For example, for our National Health Insurance Program, the PhilHealth, we are already formulating the guidelines to include mental health in the reimbursement packages. Number 3, equitable access to medicines, technologies, and health workforce development. So we welcome the emphasis on expanding access to affordable and quality-assured medicines and mental health technologies, alongside strengthening the capacity and retention of health workers. I noticed that there are a lot of health workers from the Philippines here in Qatar. So as you can imagine, it's draining from our side. So we are trying to be innovative and churn out more healthcare workers so that to take care of the people as well. And,
thank you.
And last but not the least, the data, research, and innovation. And we underscore the importance of strengthening national surveillance, promoting research, and leveraging digital technologies to improve access and service delivery. We noticed that the children nowadays, they stay on their phones. So I think we should leverage that aspect.
Yes, thank you so much. I think that was really helpful in terms of the 4 points, so strengthening primary health care, sustainable funding, looking at the role of the mental health workforce, and then the data research part. So thank you very much. There's lots of very rich content here from each of the ministers. I'm going to turn over now to Dr. Balkri, Hanan Balkri, to talk about a bit more from the regional perspective. Generally, there's a key element here around the commitment from member states. Why is this reform so important? The commitments around reform, moving from institutions to primary-based care. What more needs to happen?
Thank you very much, and it's a true pleasure to be in Doha. I would like to thank His Excellency the Minister for convening, and for my colleague, Excellency panelists, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. From the regional perspective, maybe I want to talk about positives and negatives. The negative part, or the more bleak part, unfortunately, to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean region, it's a region of 760 million people, from Morocco to Afghanistan, with the largest number of countries under conflict, with the largest conflict globally, which is what's happening and the devastation that's happening in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory, the largest humanitarian crisis in Sudan, but also many countries under sanctions. So we have a huge amount of challenges, 15.5% higher than the average of burden of mental health exists in this region, and the trends are only going to get worse with the continuous conflict and economical hardship that we have. So there's a bit of a sense of significant urgency that we need to address the agenda of mental health. And also, as you've heard from Dr. Rabia, he referred to the flagship, the third flagship of substance use that I launched in February 2024, with the full support of the Ministers of Health of the 22 countries of my region. So there's a huge benefit from this high-level meeting, identifying mental health, but also for the first time substance use has been incorporated in the discussions on mental health, and that's very important for this region specifically. As you understand, substance use is a menace. In Arabic, I like to use the word afa. It tears communities apart, and it is also a symptom of all of the other mental health issues that are taking place. So this high-level declaration and what happened in New York last week, I don't want to repeat the amazing summaries that took place from the beginning of this conference and to the panelists who have highlighted the 4 major pillars, but it also helps accelerate and complement what I'm trying to do in the region to support from the region to the region on the first flagship, which addresses access. So there are specific areas that need further access on the level of mental health. The positive part is obvious in many of our member states. When I was, for example, visiting in Lebanon, the primary healthcare clinics are already including the indicators for mental health in the primary healthcare clinics. The same way when I visited Egypt, one of their renowned detox centers, they even have an element of research in that area that we've also discussed when I visited them. The same thing when I visited Nofar in Doha, a phenomenal center of excellence. I have the state of Kuwait leading also on substance use and have really committed to the regional flagship in a very high level. And I can mention every single one of the 22 countries. So it's moving forward. The investment, of course, needs to be higher. On the second flagship, which is a little bit more difficult, and His Excellency, both Excellencies have mentioned it, on the health workforce. We need to figure out more innovative ways from the region to support the health workforce in general, but how are we going to implement and bring more talent and skilled whether psychologists, psychiatrists, community servants to support. So there's several areas under that. On digitalization, I want to mention something because we're always talking about digitalization in healthcare provision. But you have mentioned the Undersecretary from Philippines, the digitalization and social media on causing stress to our populations, and how do we address that? The ministries of education in this region, whom I've met with almost every time I visit, I make a point of meeting with the ministers of education on how to incorporate the issue of mental health and substance use in the curricula, and that's going to be very important. So I can go on and on about that, but what I do want to emphasize again, in order for us to address issues of mental health, the issues of peace in this region need to be addressed at the highest level. I've been very vocal on this, and I think what we're seeing again in Gaza, Sudan, Yemen, and also on other less stressful situations, but still very stressful, displacement of populations, up to 52% of the migrant population is in my region. So there's a lot of work that we need to do on that area, but the collaboration and solidarity from the region and from around the world is very much needed.
Thank you very much for the issues that you covered. And as you concluded, peace is essential. We were on a panel, we had the pleasure of being on a panel together at the World Health Assembly and discussed again there, and sadly the situation, if anything, has declined. Peace is absolutely essential, and the displacement of populations is a tragedy that there have been a lot of issues discussed here. I'm going to revert back and do perhaps a shorter round of question and answer, reflecting on what happens next at country level. So it would be great to hear first from His Excellency on what's going to happen in Egypt next. What are some of the things that you're planning to do going forward?
Well, thank you, Sarah. I think in Egypt, we started a little bit earlier than the declaration, but if you look at the political declaration, we all want not to have it like words on paper and try to do it like a catalyst for a real action plan. And we started that by what we call it a public health initiative. We have around 15 public health initiatives, but I refer here to what we call it Your Health is Happiness. Your Health is Happiness is launched in November 24, which is less than a year ago. And this is a comprehensive framework about integration of prevention, early detection and treatment, and rehabilitation related to the life course of mental health disorders. And when we started that less than a year ago, we had in mind, through this national program, 5 important core goals to achieve. And we put very strict key indicators to follow up across different governorates. In Egypt, you know, we have 110 million citizens. Besides, we also have 10 million guests. That's how we prefer to call them, from different nationalities, that they are displaced from different regions. And definitely these people also needs a massive mental assistance. I'm here referring to displaced people and wounded and injured people from Gaza, from Sudan, from Yemen, from Syria, from Iraq before. So these are almost 10 million guests. We have them in Egypt that also we provide them with assistance as regards to mental health. Going back to the core goals, number 1 is expanding access and affordable services to different primary health care facilities. Number 2, by strengthening early detection and introducing screening and evaluation program, which is very simple to achieve, and at the same time we get very important informative data out of that for all age groups. And we have to also provide an evidence-based care, including therapies and medical management. Also, we stress on reducing the stigma through nationwide awareness campaign. And this is very important. We do have a very eminent psychiatrist in Egypt, and we start to adopt programs on social media and TV, try to introduce to people the idea of mental health and the mental resilience. So these are supportive networks, together with empowering families and communities with coping skills and resilience and supportive networks in order to do that. And when we look back at, after 1 year of this initiative in numbers, so we found that more than 7,400 children were screened for autism, with positive cases linked to point of care or special care, which is very important. Over 94,000 elderly citizens underwent psychological assessment, with nearly 750 linked to special support. And more than 1.4 million premarital couples were screened, and almost 30,000 out of that referred for counseling before they get marriage. And that's very important. When we look at addiction, because this is another important sector that nobody talks about it, which is substance use and addiction, we also recorded nearly 85,000 visits by mid-2025, with over 600 cases of electronic gaming addiction, because we looked also with another initiative about the addiction for social media and addiction for gaming, electronic gaming for young kids. So beyond that, we also focused on mental or women's mental health during pregnancy, during breastfeeding, and supporting cancer patients, which is very important. And I said also we sent to our North Sinai, our counseling, our mental health specialists to sit with families coming or displaced from Gaza and try to improve their psychological care. We also in Egypt adopted a national hotline, because sometimes it's very difficult for the patient to come and visit, and they prefer to communicate over the phone and to speak with someone about their mental issue, so that they will, the stigma won't be affected as he feels. So mobile application for psychoeducation and for screening and for referral pathway worked very good. And once we announced that, it started slow, but now we have enormous numbers of calls coming every day asking for counseling and asking for also referral pathways. And that also through what we call it our Department of General Secretariat for Mental Health, related to the Department or the Ministry of Health. So millions of screens, tens of thousands referred cases, tens of thousands already in treatment and rehabilitation. And I think this is quite important as regards to action related to political will and policymaker will, affordable and securing enough funds to do that, and also to have a plan within your strategy in order to implement mental health as one of the priorities and consider it as a fundamental human right and an economic necessity. I think this is quite important. Thank you so much, and back to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Those numbers are really inspiring. I know that under the political declaration there was a commitment as well to expand access for people for mental health support. And behind every single one of those numbers is a person, a child, a parent, a mother, an aunt, an uncle. So what is happening is truly wonderful, and thank you so much for the leadership that Egypt is showing in that regard. I'd like to move on to Bahrain and ask Her Excellency, it would be great to hear some of the key issues that Bahrain intends to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Bahrain has taken several steps ahead of the declaration, and the declaration come to validate the plans and also to refine it and to ensure that proper alignment. Mental health clinic established early on in 1932. So this is not new for Bahrain. And if we talk about legal framework, we have the National Task Force to control NCD and control and the prevention of NCD, established in 2012, and it is a multi-sectoral where several governmental entities like Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Youth, Social Development, Ministry of Commerce, and even information are part of this task force, in addition to healthcare professionals who are expert on NCD and also on mental health. Mental health professionals are part of this national task force, in addition to civil organization, non-governmental organization, and ensuring that community engagement is part of the decision making. So the responsibility of this task force, not only putting the plans, but also ensuring the implementation, ensuring that there is a KPI to be measured, and also to support research and innovation, ensuring that proper access is done, and ensuring that all the logistics and budgets are allocated. And this task force is report back to cabinet. So there is a strong leadership and ownership by the country for all the NCDs, including mental health as part and essential pillar. And from there, when we talk about integration, we have strong primary health care with a program called Choose Your Doctor. And this is run by family physician, and the individual and their family choose their doctor. This allows to build the trust and ensure transparency and acceptance of and trust when they talk. And they are provided with special training, not only on NCD, but also in psychiatry, psychology, mental health, and cognitive behavioral therapy. So those who are running the health center as a family physician, they are equipped with the knowledge and the skills for early detection and early intervention. And there is social workers in each of these health centers. And not only those who are accessing the health center are provided by CARE. We went a step ahead and we do a community services where we visit a home with the social worker and, if needed, psychiatrist or psychologist to provide the care at home and provide certain management to reduce stigma, like certain injection for those who have psychotic disorders. Building from there, we have a proper electronic record which capture all the aspects which include the mental health and ensure that data is available for these individuals. And building on the life course of the individual, we have the periodic childhood screening, which is not only screen for physical illness, but also for the development and mental health and behavioral disorder. We have, for example, screening for autism at the age of 2 years, and it is done through the primary health care with integrated specialized clinic and proper guidelines for referral to specialized care and secondary and tertiary center if needed. This allows early screening, early detection, and early intervention. And from there, we have the preschool and the school transition screening, and also throughout the life, like, for example, for women, screening, and not only in pregnancy, but postnatal screening for depression is part of the primary health care package and scheme. And we are proud to say that mental health and NCD is part of our universal health coverage and schemes for every individual within the country. From there, we built on the high-risk group screening and those who are adult and having any chronic illness, and also the package includes the mental health through a multidisciplinary care and multidisciplinary clinic, and also for those senior citizens and elderly, we have screening for depression and anxiety and even abuse, and we have their special setup to ensure that their mental health is measured through data, and these data are shared within the task force and evaluated.
Thank you.
We don't, sorry.
Do you mind wrapping up in 1 minute?
Yeah, just I would like to say that in order to ensure that there is a commitment and there should be a national ownership which allow the country to move forward and building their capacity in all the aspects, and building on digital system and having the platform like tele-mental health, which reduce the stigma. And I think this is very important in all our country. Universal health coverage, data sharing, also building on innovation and research, and life course intervention and early detection is an essential pillar.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. There was a lot of information there, and I thought the idea of choose your doctor is a very powerful message to people in the way in which they have access to the support that they need. But also what you were saying about screening for physical and mental health is so important, and not looking at the Mental Health Atlas this year. Very few countries are achieving that, so congratulations to Bahrain. It's extremely important. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Mary to talk a bit about the Philippines and particularly as initiatives that relate to children and youth, which are a big part of the theme this year.
Okay, just like Bahrain, the Philippines, especially due to the recent increase in the cases of mental health issues among children and the youth, we already did a few things. So first of all, the Philippines approaches this as a whole of government package. Just like Bahrain also, we have this mental health council headed by the Department of Health, but included are the Department of Education, Labor and Employment and such, so that we can touch base with the youth in all aspects of their daily life. Also, we have this Health Promotion Bureau under the Department of Health, wherein our target is digital platforms. So we campaign for mental health and for via the digital platform. As I said earlier, in the Philippines, everybody has a phone. So you count the number of hours the youth spends on the phone, and you know your winning platform is the digital platform. Also, we have peer support groups. The peer support groups, we have them because the Philippines is an archipelago, so we have them in islands.
Yes.
So they are the ones who gather. You can contact them if for example, the doctors diagnose or the children have issues. They pull them in clusters, and they create activities for them and talk to them. Some of them are recovering from depression as well. And recently we have this, although we had this before, but I would like to refer to this as an enhanced form of crisis hotline, because we already have a national crisis hotline. But recently, in my region, we are trying to put up a regional concept of a crisis hotline, because the Philippines has 70 plus dialects in one small country. So you understand that when they call the hotline, it's always there's a language barrier. So we are going to personalize it per dialect region. So that's 4 of the initiatives that we've started.
Thank you so much. As you said, with 70 dialects in one country, that is a challenge. But that's wonderful to hear about the support that you're managing to provide. And it fits very well with some of the themes that we're talking about, digital platforms and digital solutions. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Hanan to speak about EMRO briefly. I'm aware we're between us and the refreshments, but I think that we won't be too much longer. If the audience can stay with us, I'd like to hear a little bit about the regional office and the role that you're going to be playing now in helping countries deliver on the commitments made.
Thank you so much. I think, as you've heard already, I'm lucky that many of the countries are already moving forward with very, very robust programs. And one of the things that we will be doing more of, and we started already, is our convening power and having that interaction between our member states, and for them, first of all, to learn from each other and for them to support each other. And that is already happening. There are certain countries that are supporting others in developing their national action plans on substance use. The example that I remember very clearly when I was visiting with Egypt is that they're supporting Iraq, for example, and there was a mission that actually went there. Similar with many of the other member states, there's a lot of bilaterals that are taking place, and we support that. One of the things is that the regional office also is working really hard on creating national dialogues on mental health with a specific focus on substance use. We also convened in Abu Dhabi several months back the first dialogue on substance use. As I said, it's one of the biggest priorities, and all of the member states were there, and they're very keen on showing their indicators. We heard earlier today on health in all policies. I'm working with our member states on how do we establish the platform. It's easy to say that we're going to develop a program on health in all policies and move it forward, but I'm also learning a lot, and I have good support from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we will be launching a more robust program with the Kingdom of Saudi, because they have an advanced health in all policy platform and program. So the other thing that we do, and we have been doing a lot, is the training and education. So for example, we have worked very closely with Syria, for example, and now 50% of the primary healthcare clinics in Syria have capacity to early identification of mental health issues. During the earthquake in Afghanistan, we were able to support mental health support for the victims of the earthquake. The continuous support that we have in Gaza, definitely not enough. Within Gaza itself, His Excellency mentioned the support that as for example, Egypt, but other member states receiving the patients from Gaza are focusing and prioritizing mental health in the victims of what's happened to them in Gaza itself. So there's a lot of work that we can do. I want to also mention that we've also established and the indicators for those who remember the initiative on healthier cities. I want to also congratulate the Kingdom Kingdom of Bahrain. We have one more province left, and we will have the whole kingdom to have the first acknowledged healthy cities, healthy country. That will be the first, bihawlillahi ta'ala. And we incorporated, with the help of our colleagues in Geneva as well, to incorporate indicators on substance use, because the healthy cities indicators is a very long list. To create a healthy city, it's a big deal. So we're working on that as well. Two more things just. The region has also established the first regional coalition on mental health and substance use to have living experience from those who have been suffering from substance use, and we launched that a few months ago. And the regional strategy on mental health and psychosocial support in emergency countries again. But again, I have countries in conflict in emergencies, but countries also who have advanced so much. So there's a lot to learn within the region. And I'm again very grateful for this platform to emphasize this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly helpful in terms of what EMRO as a region is doing. And my organization is very proud to be hosting the Regional Coalition of Mental Health and Substance Use on the platform that we run. So this is the Regional Coalition on Substance Use and Mental Health for CSOs and people with lived experience. So very proud to be working with the region on that. I'd just like to conclude by thanking our hosts, the Government of Qatar, for hosting this meeting. I think what we've heard is that there's a lot of challenges in the region, but there's also a lot of action taking place, which can be seen as very inspiring, and it's actually leading to real change. So as I said before, you've heard a lot of numbers, but each of those numbers refers to a person, a child, a mother, a son, a daughter. These are very important to recall. So thank you very much, Qatar. I hope this will be an inspiration to other regions, and that when we gather again in a year's time, that we can look back and measure all these actions that have been taken. We'll hear more about that later. Thank you all very much. It's very nice to see you.
شكرا للمشاركين في هذه الحلقة النقاشية. من الرائع استقطاب خبرات عالمية والاستفادة من هذه التجارب وتوظيفها في مشاريع وطنية للارتقاء ومواجهة أي تحديات في مجال الصحة النفسية، سواء كان عالميا أو إقليميا أو حتى على الصعيد المحلي. الآن ليتفضل المتحدث الفني في موضوع القمة الوزارية السادسة للصحة النفسية، بروفيسور دكتور ماجد علي العبد الله. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. Sorry, inshallah, will not take long time. I know it's break. So, Your Excellency, Ministry of Public Health, Mansour al-Mahmoud, distinguished guest, it is an honor to welcome you in our 6th Ministerial Mental Health Summit. I'm Dr. Majid Abdullah, member of Scientific Committee. My speech will, inshallah, concentrate on 3 points. Significance of the summit, and after that we'll talk about the theme of this year and the successful story from Qatar, inshallah. Significance of this summit builds on the progress of the previous summit in London, Amsterdam, Paris, Rome, and Buenos Aires. Each has, sorry. Yeah, this one. So each has shown how far the global community has come in, raising awareness and working together to reduce stigma and improve care. Yeah, showing you how the summit can create a momentum and lasting long. We were lucky to attend first summit in London 2018, and at that summit they introduced something called Friendship Bench. And the theme was at that time equality for mental health in 21st century. So what is this friendship bench? It is, a simple bench where people sit and talk. Above the bench, it's mentioned everyone, everywhere deserves someone to talk. Actually, this bench was introduced first time in Zimbabwe and have a lot of impact, positive impact on mental health awareness. So in our culture in Qatar, we have something similar called Majlis. People sit together and chat and get good news and sometimes bad news and make some social connection. It has impact of mental health, even in most of our Middle East country. So in Qatar, we were interested in that friendship bench, and it was brought to World Summit Innovation in 2018. Here, Sheikh Hind Al Thani, the chief executive of Qatar Foundation, with swimmer Michael Phillips, who's world champion and hold 28 medals. He's well known for mental health advocate, and he talks every time openly about his issue in ADHD. So after that, that event inspired us. We get the friendship bench in World Cup. As you know, the relationship between football and mental well-being. It was very successful events at that time. Many celebrities, politics, Hamad leaders, and even WH people were participate in this event. So this showing you how the summit vision can connect locally and globally. So moving to second part. Sorry. Yeah. The second part, it's the theme of this year. The theme of this year, transforming mental health through investment and innovation and digital solution. As you know, there is mental health gap. Around 70% of people who seek for psychiatric mental health services, they don't get proper care. So we thought about digital tools and innovation so that can decrease the stigma, increase the access of the service, and can have better, more efficient management. So now we'll move to sorry, Abba. About some successful story from Qatar. One of our services, it is National Mental Health Services. We established it during COVID in 2021 and continue after that. It's now the major access to our service. We reach now around for more than 80,000 calls. It's run by psychiatrists, psychologists, social services. Even we have pharmacists in these services, managing depression and anxiety, sometimes prescribing medication. So this service, we have also sometimes difficult cases, suicide and self-harm. So we have a lot of data. So we managed to publish it in very prestigious journal. Some of them about suicide. Also, we managed, the no-show rate, it decreased significantly. Psychotherapy and psychiatric clinic. Also, one interesting article from the same service, it showed the autism family, they prefer even the telepsychiatry than face-to-face. 90% was positive for them. So the second service, women's virtual services, it's part of bigger services, advanced women mental service. So as you know, some country women have difficulty to access psychiatric service when they need it. It's extra barrier for them. This service is very private, and they can have easy access to this service. One of our also investment as the country investing, Qatar will host, inshallah, the first Royal College exam in Middle East. It will be next November. As you know, this can improve our faculty training, academic, or even clinically. So it will help also to decrease the challenge for Middle East people who's traveling and visa. I think this will bring a lot of positive impact on having more staff and trained in mental health as one of the most prestigious qualification. So we hope, inshallah, we start soon. In November first exam, we have a big number of waiting list, maybe more than 200. So now we'll move to the new wave of future artificial intelligence. We have a number of projects, but we select 2 projects. We are going to talk about it. One, artificial intelligence for cardiac care and mental health. As you know, the relationship between heart and emotion and cardiac patient and depression and anxiety, the relation is very well known. So by this AI, advanced AI with a screening psychological tool can identify, the risk very early. It will be joint work between us and heart hospital. As you know, stigma sometimes decrease, the seek of help or not allowed to seek help. So by this AI, inshallah, things the stigma will lift and easy access will have the services. The second one, which is the most important one for us, and we got a grant for it, and it is joint work between Hamad Medical Corporation and Italy, University of Torino. It is AI for early detection of post-traumatic stress disorder in displaced children. The background of this study or this work, it's Qatar, how much it has role in humanitarian mediation. As a part from Hamad Medical Corporation as a mental health, we are supporting them in addressing the psychological need, exploring the impact of the disaster, establishing dedicated team in non-stigmatized way. So we have worked closely with those disaster teams in Syria and Turkey and also in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, the team was very active when they were in Qatar. Those relatives, those children, adolescents who evacuated from Afghanistan and unaccompanied in Qatar, so they tried to support them psychologically. And there was some challenge regarding language, regarding having trained people on disaster management. And getting the diagnosis as early as possible. I think by this AI can help us a lot in those type of disaster. The AI will work closely with Palestinian people who live in Qatar, evacuated from war-torn Gaza. So, inshallah, this will overcome all the challenges regarding language, regarding even timely manner detecting those symptoms, and even having better, trained people on disaster, managing disaster. We pray for those kids to have, better tomorrow and have, happy life and happy and healthy life. So in the end, let's hope that our efforts in Qatar will lead to greater innovation, easier access, and the global recognition in tackling the disabling impact of untreated mental health. The time for talk alone has passed. Now let's innovate, let's innovate. Together we can build stronger mental health systems that serve everyone and leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
شكرا لمشاركتك الكريمة دكتور ماجد. الحضور الكريم، تقريبا وصلنا إلى استراحة، وبعد هذه الاستراحة سيكون هناك ورش عمل متوازية، 3 ورش عمل متوازية من 1 إلى 3:30. أرجو أن تستمتعوا بهذه الاستراحة القصيرة، واللقاء بعد الساعة 3 بإذن الله. شكرا. الحضور الكريم، أرحب بكم مرة أخرى. ونبدأ في جلسة نقاشية جديدة وعرض جديد بإذن الله بعنوان الحياة الطيبة، استعادة ثقافة التعافي الأصيل. يسعدني أن نتعرف أكثر على هذا العنوان مع سعادة الشيخة الدكتورة حصة بنت حمد بن خليفة الثاني، رئيسة ومؤسسة مركز تدريب الصحة النفسية والتطوير المهني، أستاذ مساعد قسم العلوم التربوية في جامعة قطر، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. Ladies and gentlemen, سعادة الوزير والوزراء, it is a privilege to share with you today some reflections on a subject that lies at the very heart of our nation's future and well-being: the mental health of children and adolescents in Qatar. So this way? Okay. So let us begin with a story of cultural healing. Last summer, I explored learning about traditional healing practices in Qatar and interviewed a wise elder, Abdullah. She spoke fondly of her experiences with traditional healers in the past. When I asked her, "What do you feel is missing today?" she sighed deeply and answered with one single word: ihtiwa. Containment. So let us pause to reflect on this word, ihtiwa, through the lens of al-hayat al-tayyiba. Al-hayat al-tayyiba is a word that is at the heart of the Holy Quran. It's pulsing at the heart of the Holy Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala يقول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم من عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فلنحيينه حياة طيبة ولنجزينهم أجرهم بأحسن ما كانوا يعملون. Whomever do good deeds, whether a male or a female, with righteousness, a believer with righteousness, she is promised a good life, حياة طيبة. So these are our pillars of al-hayat al-tayyiba, with spiritual well-being, emotional well-being, the intellectual well-being, and the physical well-being, as well as the social well-being. In the past, spiritual healing meant that every individual was cared for through traditional faith practices. Remedies were blessed with Quranic verses to soothe the soul. And collective prayers were signs of a community actively caring for one another. If someone is absent from a prayer or a gathering, the healer did not wait. They were proactive in seeking out the missing person and offering both spiritual and emotional support. These healers were active listeners, understanding the person's entire ecosystem, their family dynamics, education, as well as their physical health. Intellectually, they worked with the knowledge of their time, constantly seeking to improve their remedies with whatever materials available for them. For treatment material, they resolved to local resources, such as herbal products. Socially, and this is very important for us, they were deeply attuned to the pulse of their communities. Today, however, ihtiwa is often been replaced by digital alienation, where belonging, trust, and collective spirit are increasingly jeopardized. This shift challenges us to rethink how can we reclaim the essence of containment in a rapidly changing world. As we reflect in احتواء, the sense of containment that once held our communities together, we find both opportunities and challenges in today's reality. As for opportunity, Qatar has strong foundation, family, faith, and wise leadership. During the pandemic, technology became a bridge. Online platform kept families connected and encouraged parents and siblings to be actively engaged in their learning. Nationally, mental health has become a strategic priority. National strategies, a mental health index, and initiatives like MAC are paving the way toward prevention, integrated care, as well as stigma reduction. We are witnessing also growing recognition of our young people needs. Our research shows that teenagers seek autonomy, personal growth, as well as establishing meaningful relationships. To meet these needs, the educational process must be holistic, spiritual, emotional, intellectual, physical, as well as social, just as traditional healing once was. The same opportunities are also bringing real challenges. Digitalization has created new vulnerabilities, screen overuse, exposure to harmful content, and emotional reliance on AI tools. Structurally, Qatar still faces shortage of child psychiatrists, gaps in reliable data, and low mental health literacy. Culturally, stigma and parental hesitation towards psychiatric treatment persist, delaying care. Qatar has signed international treaties and adopted global strategies, but the deeper task remains to weave modern systems with our cultural ethos to bring back ihtiwa through policies that provide sufficient privacy standards to our client, holistic services, and community action that resonate with who we are. At the heart of الحياة الطيبة lies the principle of احتواء, a profound sense of containment, social inclusion, and empathetic understanding. It's about creating spaces where every child feels seen, heard, and supported. Imagine with me little Muhammad, a bright-eyed boy who counts the days, not towards his vacation or birthday, but toward when Ramadan will start. For him, Ramadan is the only time in the entire year when a family table is full, laughter flows, and everyone is truly engaged, truly present. On that evening, Muhammad experienced something rare yet precious, a sense of being held emotionally and socially. The shared presence around the table becomes a sanctuary, a space of ihtiwa, where love, empathy, and belonging gently embrace his young heart. But what does it say about our modern reality when a child waits an entire year to feel this way? Muhammad's story reveals hidden gaps in emotional nourishment, mental resilience, and social connectedness that many children experience today. And there is something even deeper at play, as the Arabs say, al-hadirun al-ghaibun, present yet absent. Healing is reciprocal. When we nurture children, we also nurture ourselves, parents, elders, and wider community. Moments of genuine connections allow the elderly to feel valued, adults to rediscover meanings, and children to feel rooted and seen. This shared containment revitalizes the entire family system, echoing traditional healing circles where care flowed in all directions. So let us imagine a holistic city where children and teens grow connected through meaningful institutions, supported by open-door education system toward experiential learning, and embraced by welcoming hubs of healing that together form a strong safety net of a holistic ihtiwa. And thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة الشيخة الدكتورة حصة بنت حمد بن خليفة الثاني. فكرة الحياة الطيبة وأهمية الاحتواء ودمج راحة الماضي وسرعة وتقنية الحاضر كلها أفكار تستحق فعلا أن نراجع أنفسنا بها. شكرا جزيلا، وأتمنى تكون كل الحياة لكم جميعا مليئة بالفهم بالقرب وبالاحتواء إن شاء الله، تكون حياة طيبة. الآن الحضور الكريم، الصحة النفسية مسؤوليتنا جميعاً، خاصة فيما يتعلق بالصحة النفسية للأطفال وما ذكرته الدكتورة والمراهقين، ولتسليط الضوء بشكل أكبر على هذا الموضوع يسعدني أيضاً استضافة زينب حجازي، أخصائية نفسية كلينيكية ومسؤولة الصحة النفسية في اليونيسف، مارك فان أوميريين رئيس الصحة النفسية في منظمة الصحة العالمية، معالي السيد مايكل داميانوس وزير الصحة في جمهورية قبرص، ومعالي السيد مختار أحمد مالك وزير الصحة في باكستان، وأخيراً بسمة عبد الخالق ثابت محمد ممثلة الشباب في اليونيسف. فليتفضلوا على المسرح مشكورين.
Hello, everyone, Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends. It's a privilege to be here with you today and to really close such a full and meaningful day of discussions, of networking, of engaging. So this session is about accountability, and for me, that's the missing link. We've seen the momentum growing, commitments, pledges, policies. Even last week at the UN, there was a high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health. But the question is, how do we make sure that all those promises change the lives of children and young people? And I think that's why accountability is so important, and that's what it's all about. It's about turning words into action. It's about making sure that governments, that systems, and yes, all of us here in this room are held to the same standard. So at the last summit in Argentina, accountability came up again and again. And since then, UNICEF, in partnership with WHO and with support from the Wellcome Trust, together we've been working on imagining a mechanism that can help us track progress, specifically for child and adolescent mental health. And not in abstract, really, but with real indicators that governments can use. And what gives me hope is that accountability doesn't sit within institutions. It's multi-stakeholder, governments, civil society. We heard a lot today about the need to engage private sector, and of course, critically, young people themselves. And with that, I'll hand over to my co-moderator, my partner in crime in many things, Mark, to set the broader frame before we move into the discussion with our panelists.
Thank you, Zainab. So, in the last session, for people with jet lag, might be a little challenged sometimes, but this is mental health of young people. And I think that much of the increasing interest in recent years in mental health is because we are concerned about the mental health of young people. So I trust that you are, even if you're many time zones away, that you will just perk up and follow our session, because it's so important, and certainly in the context of accountability. So when we talk about, think of accountability, usually it is, well, how do we hold people accountable? There's something, some measurement has to be involved. WHO releases every few years a mental health atlas in which we track how countries are investing in mental health policies, laws, information systems, financing, workforce, and also some targets that have been agreed by countries in the World Health Assembly for mental health. But if we look at the latest report, we find that countries are much less likely to have policies and strategies for child-adolescent mental health than for adults. And but half the countries in the world do not have them. And also we see that on many indicators, child and adolescent investment in child-adolescent mental health is lagging. This is really surprising, given, I think, our shared concern about young people. what we hoping to see, UNICEF, WHO, and with, I think, all of us, is a greater focus on tracking progress on child and youth mental health. And they may not be through agreed targets that all countries have agreed through a health assembly, but they could be individualized. So we are, so if we have the targets, it will be easier for governments to effectively monitor and implement their commitments related to child and adolescent and caregiver mental health. But also, it will be easier for civil society to encourage governments to take concrete actions. It's a two ways, that's how it goes. So last week, of course, we talk a lot about last week, because last week was a very big week in New York with the discussion on the political declaration. Member states overwhelmingly endorsed a political declaration that suggests that 150 million more people should have access to mental health care. But how many of these 150 million people will be children? If we can, and adolescents, countries can set targets for themselves on to what extent they will contribute to this overall global target. So this session is about accountability, and I will give the floor back to Zainab to introduce the first speaker.
Thanks so much, Mark. And I think for us, we are, really privileged and honored to always have young people at the heart of every conversation, and to really ground us in what young people are asking for and in how young people are holding us to account when we make pledges, when we make promises, when we make commitments across levels, is our wonderful Basma, who is UNICEF's youth advocate. Basma is from Yemen, and she is studying here in Doha, and I'm really excited to hear your reflections. Basma, over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Basma Abdul Khaliq Al-Yafi. I'm honored to be here within you, with the esteemed panelist and our outstanding moderator. Actually, my path into mental health advocacy began through working as HR, and the mental health unit used to be in front of my office, but many colleagues would stop by my office, not for contracts or policies. They used to share their struggles or to share what burdens them. They were looking and seeking for listening ear in my office. And that's when I realized how closely human resource and mental health are linked. Behind every employee file, there is a human being showing his visible and invisible burden. In my country and so many other countries, stigma is one of the biggest challenges. People hesitate to say, I need a help. For young people especially, safe and accessible spaces are rare. You may be thinking of schools. Schools can be and should be one of those safe spaces. But also we need community centers, workplaces, and even digital platforms where young people feel seen, heard, and supported. And this is where accountability matters. Policymakers must move from just promises into a real actions. It's not enough to acknowledge the problem. We need investment, innovation, and leadership also that shows that mental health is as the same urgency of the schools, hospitals, and jobs. Because in the end, mental health is more about than systems. It's about healing the hell inside us, inside our minds or souls. And if there's one thing I know for certain, it's every child and every adolescent deserve to have this chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Basma, and thank you for highlighting schools. I think the people, the excellencies in the room are overwhelmingly from ministries of health, And I think for us to really have a serious conversation about accountability, we need to be looking at how we can achieve our commitments, our pledges, through a whole of society lens. How can ministries of health better engage with ministries of education, Ministry of Social Affairs, ministries of justice, those who are critically part of that equation in how we become accountable to the things that we are committing to. So thank you so much for highlighting that, Basma. And it is now, without further ado, that I hand over to our panelist, His Excellency Minister Michael Daminos from Cyprus. We're really excited to hear your remarks on how Cyprus is embedding accountability in child and adolescent mental health, and to really hear how governments are putting accountability into practice. Over to you.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first to congratulate Minister Mansour bin Ebrahim bin Saad Al Mahmoud on his initiative in hosting this important event and for his gracious hospitality. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today on an issue that is both urgent and deeply human: accountability in child and adolescent mental health. Around the world, we're witnessing rising rates of anxiety, depression, self-harm, and distress among our young people. The World Health Organization and the European Union have both been clear. This is not only a public health challenge, but also a test of our system's ability to uphold the rights, dignity, and potential of the next generation. If we're serious about protecting young minds, we must also be equally serious about ensuring accountability. Accountability for child and adolescent mental health means specifically building a transparent, child-centered accountability system that combines clear leadership and funding, measurable targets and indicators, regular data and reporting, independent oversight, intersectoral service delivery, and most importantly, meaningful participation of children and adolescents. In 2022, UNICEF and WHO launched a catalytic joint program on mental health and psychological well-being and development of children and adolescents. As noted in May 2025, in the summary report, this strategic partnership accelerates country-level action to deliver systematic change at scale, promoting nurturing environments and improved access to quality mental health promotion, protection and care for young people as a fundamental human right. As mentioned, investing in the mental health, psychological well-being, and development of children and adolescents is a cornerstone of sustainable development. Children and adolescents' mental health has always been a priority for the Ministry of Health of Cyprus. The services offered through the relevant department concern diagnostic assessment of children, adolescents, and their families, therapeutic monitoring, therapeutic programs, home visits, parent counseling, and individual psychotherapy. Established in 1990, the Children and Adolescents Mental Health Services Department provides care to children and adolescents up to 17 years of age with various psychological difficulties, as well as to their families with national coverage. The operating principles concerning their mental health are based on the declarations of the World Health Organization and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the services are offered to the entire population, whether they are not their beneficiaries of the general healthcare system. With a child-centered approach, clinical practice and therapeutic techniques for children and adolescents differ from those of adults, as they are carefully adapted to take into account the psychological peculiarities of the developmental phase. To ensure better accessibility, the services have been segmented geographically. They operate as an open therapeutic system and have developed a systematic multi-level collaboration with other services that address the needs of the child and adolescent population. Representatives of all concerned services participate in various interministerial committees and meetings for the purposes of coordination and ensuring that there are no gaps. The services also carry out valuable scientific work in the field of prevention, diagnostic treatment, education, and research. The staff of the Mental Health Services Department, which consists of specialist psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, occupational therapists, and mental health nurses, is highly trained, specialized, experienced, and stands out for its sincere dedication to the patient. To ensure a holistic and comprehensive approach to mental health that reflects the most modern, up-to-date scientific methods, we have recently developed a national mental health strategy for 2025-2028 in collaboration with the World Health Organization. At the same time, we have drawn up a corresponding 3-year action plan aiming to improve the mental health services provided to our country's people. Within this consistent framework, we have also incorporated specific provisions addressing the mental health of children and adolescents. Our main goal is the co-design of services and laws, involvement in monitoring, and meaningful participation by young people themselves. Cyprus also participates in the European Joint Action Mentor Programme in the development, adaptation, and implementation of innovative digital solutions, such as applications and online platforms, which aims to improve the mental health of the population, and in particular of young and vulnerable groups. We also actively engage in the creation, development, and implementation of guidelines for safer use of the internet, as well as for reducing negative effects of excessive online activity. In addition to the above, through the participation in the Joint Action Programme for the Mental Health of the Young, we will also participate in the adaptation and implementation in Cyprus of the Good Practice BUSY, which is an online educational program for suicide prevention, aiming to reduce suicidality through early intervention by identifying vulnerable groups and training frontline personnel, including school staff, social workers, and the police. Ultimately, caring for the mental health of the young is not only an individual responsibility, but also a social one. A healthier teenager will develop into a healthy adult and a member of a broader, balanced society. Children and adolescents must see their voices directly shape decisions because accountability policies remain on paper. Therefore, commitment from governments, organizations, and individuals is crucial in ensuring that young people's mental health well-being is a consistent priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, His Excellency Damianis, for your really broad and excellent statement, your leadership. The final panelist with us, and I'm very excited to introduce, is His Excellency Dr. Malik Mukhtar Ahmad. He's Minister of State for National Health Services Regulation and Coordination in Pakistan. And he's also a distinguished medical professional, senior public health leader, bringing over 2 decades of experience on the intersection of healthcare and politics. Very important. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mark. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's an honor to speak in this plenary session on accountability for child and adolescent mental health. I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to the Government of Qatar and the organizers for this Global Ministerial Summit on Mental Health, for hosting us and for providing this important platform to share experiences and shape collective actions. I would especially like to acknowledge Dr. Mark, Dr. Kiara, Dr. Zainab, who have organized this very important session. I would like to share that Pakistan is a country where 1/3 of our population is under the age of 24. This demographic dividend is our greatest asset, but it is also our greatest responsibility. We know that 1/4 school-going adolescents are at risk of mental health problems, and that nearly 50% of adult mental health conditions begin before the age of 13. This evidence makes it clear that early identification and early intervention must be at the heart of our policies and our actions. Political leadership is aware of this urgency, and in this context, Pakistan has made high-level policy commitments. We have introduced national and provincial mental health acts, reflected this area within the next National Health and Population Policy 2025-2035, integrated national health and adolescent mental health into the universal health coverage benefit package at primary healthcare and community levels across the country. I am very pleased to note the close collaboration which exists between the Ministry, WHO, and UNICEF, along with our academic and implementation partners, which has yielded promising results. I'm grateful to your support and the ongoing collaboration in leading the development, evaluation, and implementation of non-specialist delivered evidence-based interventions such as PM Plus and EASE for adolescents and adults in Pakistan, which are now being used globally and are benefiting millions of people across the globe. This is an example of how national action, when backed by evidence and partnership, can create solutions that can be scaled up globally. Excellencies, as the theme of this session is accountability, I would like to highlight that accountability is not just promises, but about progress that can be measured, tracked, and sustained. In Pakistan, we are embedding accountability into our national health policy as well as mental health strategy through several mechanisms, such as integration of mental health into the national and provincial universal health coverage benefit package by including WHO mental health gap action-based interventions in the universal health care package. We have created a legal and financial accountability pathway, ensuring provinces must allocate resources for implementation. In context of the workforce development, through university-led certification and diploma programs, we are now training family physicians and general practitioners to deliver mental health care in primary care and community settings, which is trackable, scaled approach to fill the workforce gap. We are also validating epidemiological tools such as measuring mental health in adolescent at population level and flexible interview for the ICD-11 for adolescents and adults in Pakistan to accurately estimate the burden of child and adolescent mental health problems in Pakistan so that we can measure progress and hold ourselves accountable to data, not assumptions. We are also developing replicable district models for child and adolescent mental health service delivery using culturally appropriate evidence-based programs with the intention to scale nationally and also offer workforce for other countries to adopt. Excellencies, we believe that accountability in child and adolescent mental health area must also be addressed in order to ensure equity. In Pakistan, more than 22 million children are out of school, and nearly 44% of them, mostly girls, belong to disadvantaged regions. Their exclusion from education also means an exclusion from mental health promotion, support, and protection. In this regard, we are committed to use non-formal education, digital platforms, and community models to reach this most vulnerable group of young people, which will be tracked, measured, and resourced. This reality makes it clear that Pakistan cannot address non-communicable diseases without simultaneously addressing mental health, and that integrated care models are essential to reduce sufferings, improve outcomes, and ensure efficiency within our health system. The way forward is clear. Accountability must link commitment to action and action to measurable outcomes. For Pakistan, this means strengthening mental health care in primary and secondary care levels, integration of mental health services in both school and community-based programs, equipping families with the tools to support children, strengthening community models to reach out-of-school children. In addition, we have to make sure that every commitment we make is backed by budget, workforce, and monitoring systems. Excellencies, Pakistan stands ready to support the development of the UNICEF WHO accountability mechanism for child and adolescent mental health. Such a mechanism can help us and other countries translate global declarations into concrete, trackable commitments that can be monitored across the globe. Investing in our children's mental health is not only a moral imperative, but also the foundation of sustainable development. Accountability is how we ensure that the commitments today lead to a generation of young people who are healthy, resilient, educated, and hopeful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, His Excellency. Your focus on both evidence and equity those are key elements that hopefully can be built into the accountability framework. Okay. Thank you so much. I hand back to Zainab.
Thanks so much, Mark. Basma, thank you for creating that foundation for the discussion, and Excellencies, thank you so much for giving the government perspective. It's very clear that you're committed, and I think we are sitting in a room of committed policymakers, academics, practitioners. So I think the issue isn't whether or not we are wanting to accelerate on child and adolescent mental health. There might be a question in the room around why are we focusing on children and young people? We're focusing on them because we need to shine a light on the specific needs of children and young people that often get missed. A lot of policies that exist don't include child and adolescent mental health as part of that national mental health action plan. Mental health budgets, we know that less than 2% of health budgets are spent on mental health. A fraction of that is spent on children and young people. So we need to be shining a light on children and young people especially. And I also want to really highlight 3 quick points to kind of leave all of you with. With this accountability session was about also introducing you to some work that's coming forward, coming ahead for us. We want to really also ensure that there is an understanding when we talk about accountability, we're not talking about simply monitoring progress. That is going to be a mechanism through which, yes, we are able to understand how we are moving forward on commitments, but at the same time, we want to be able to understand, you know, what countries like Pakistan, like Cyprus, where are you at, you know, in terms of accelerating action, on moving forward on your commitments? What technical assistance, what resources do you need for us to support you within the global mental health space to help advocate for you and with you? So these are really important things to kind of leave the room with in terms of how we understand and how we comprehend accountability moving forward. So the next steps, UNICEF and WHO will work with many of you to really refine and validate a concrete set of commitments for child and adolescent mental health. And the intention and the aspiration is that by 2026, we will have essentially a platform, a web platform that will make these commitments visible and trackable. Second, of course, we know that accountability only works if it's backed by political will and financing, and so that means as part of our process, we will be engaging governments, but also private sector partners who really need to be staying at the table. So we will look forward to many engagements with all of you around this accountability mechanism. And third, we also know, and as ministers highlighted, workforce is a real challenge, and so there are too few trained child and adolescent mental health specialists and workers, and so for us, as we move forward on accountability, we will make sure that, you know, we understand that without people, commitments, they stay on paper. So to tomorrow, we just want to invite you to our workshop on child and youth mental health. We will go deeper into some of the solutions and also some of the challenges that we are facing at national level so that we can be very clear and kind of come together in setting clear priorities that member states can sign up to in their prioritization moving forward. Thank you all, thank you, and on behalf of UNICEF and WHO and the government of Qatar, we are really grateful to be holding this session and also concluding this day with all of you today. So thank you so much.
شكرا للمشاركين في هذه الحلقة النقاشية. الحضور الكريم، نصل بهذه الجلسة إلى ختام أعمال المؤتمر لهذا اليوم. نلتقي بكم بإذن الله غدا في يوم حافل بالجلسات وورش العمل في حفظ الله ورعايته.